What's up, cool people? So, Bible studies are not on Twitch anymore. Therefore, well, live Bible studies, I should say, are not on Twitch anymore. Therefore, they are on other streaming platforms that I use. Um, I I don't know. At some point in the future, I may push these back off of YouTube. I don't know. Uh, Hopefully over the summer, especially on Wednesdays, I'll have time to kind of like experiment a little bit with some different streaming platforms and see, or at least get a better idea of what I might want to do where. But the main thing I'm pretty sure about is, at least in the near future, Twitch will not be involved. Um, Tell you what, let me just double check, make sure audio is coming through pretty good. All right, yep, working fine on Twitch. Working fine on YouTube. And also seems to be working fine on Kick. Yay. So then, that, yeah, not really too much else to say there. I don't know. The main thing I'm not sure about with doing, live stream Bible study stuff on YouTube and then also having like separate videos of it is I'm a bit concerned long term, not just with that, but even with like any of the stuff that I do. It is like, if having an archived live stream that is accessible will like kind of long term sort of take away from viewership of regular posted videos and that style of content. But I would figure the worst case scenario is that people who would watch something later are instead just watching something now. So it's not like I highly doubt that anybody who would do this kind of thing would really lose out on overall viewership. So anyway, yeah. Quick update on the week, just because I want y'all to know, at least have a sense of what's going on in my life and all that kind of stuff. Hey, what's up, Al? How's it going? So, recap of the week as a whole. I mean, most of it obviously was just working and doing my usual video editing and that kind of stuff. I did I did have quite a bit going on Thursday. I mean, early on there was a recording session for the like Same Spirit Gaming collab channel thing. And then very shortly after that, I went and helped with a thing that my church was doing to. So the church was helping out one of the local school districts with wrapping up their summer school lunch program thing. We pretty much just showed up, filled up a bunch of water balloons for the kids to come and play with. We also had bracelets available for kids and parents if they want. Anybody who it seemed like would benefit from like a little kind of ministry faith booklet thing, we had those available as well. But anyway, Sorry to hear you're not feeling that well, Owl. Yeah, summer can definitely aggravate some things for certain people, and yeah. I used to think summer was my favorite season, mostly just because, like my birthday is around that time frame. But now I'm realizing weather-wise and in pretty much any other respect besides, you know, birthdays in the family and certain other special occasions, I'm not sure I really like summer that much. But anyway, yeah, also on Thursday I went and so I had an ultrasound done on something like something basically, to be blunt, like in my armpit area. I've had this just little bit of like a bump, lump, protrusion, whatever you want to call it, just ever so slight, but well, most of the time it's slight. Other times it like seems to swell up a bit more. Um, but like the fact that that's been there for, I'm thinking, roughly 6 months now and has never completely gone away. Yeah, it just seemed like a good idea to get that checked out. So I was having an ultrasound done on that Thursday as well. Um, the running theory between me and my doctor right now is that it is just like a swollen lymph node, which shouldn't really be problematic unless it gets noticeably worse. But the ultrasound should give a better idea of what is going on there. Anyway, went, uh, you see, I don't know if I like. I don't know if I'd say winter is best in my opinion. I I mean, I generally stay inside most of the time anyway, but I like the option of, being able to go out and do things from time to time and not like either, you know, boil alive in the heat of Texas summer or freeze my butt off in like really cold winter. Not that Texas winter is generally that bad. Um, Although with like lack of temperature regulation in this area, it can get surprisingly cold, especially with wind chills involved. But still nowhere near the worst part of the country in that regard. Um, uh, I don't know. I think honestly, like, of course, I have to kind of adjust my thoughts for like this time of or this area and what I think of each time of year. But at least with regards to being in north central Texas ish, um, my favorite time of year is probably like mid spring or fall. Like, actually, it's probably like mid spring or like late fall. But basically, where it's, warm enough to do stuff, but nowhere near hot. So, I don't know. I mean, yeah, again, I'm not like, I'm certainly not like a major extrovert or anything, but, you know, sometimes, especially if, I, I like spending time with friends here and there, and that's generally more inclined to happen when the weather is in a favorable range of temperatures. Um, so even if just for that, I kind of prefer, again, like, maybe mid-spring or, like, mid to late fall. At least in this area. Maybe, like, if I were adjusting for other places that I've lived, a la Pennsylvania, it might be more like early summer slash maybe like then early to mid fall. But anyway, okay. Enough introductions and recaps on things and all that. I think it's about time we actually get rolling with the main attraction, so to speak. So then, let me switch things over here. Nope. That's got Kick pulled up currently. I need it on this tab. There we go. Like, for the streaming stuff, I want to have YouTube and Kick on separate monitors of mine, but I have to choose one of them to capture the window for Bible study stuff. So, apologies to Kick viewers. I will not be as readily available to view your comments and whatnot. Granted, I really don't generally get too many comments on Kick, and so I don't think it's that big a deal. Anyway. Also, I'm really surprised I have not dropped a single frame as of yet for the stream. But, Anyway. So. Yeah. Still keeping right up with where we left off. Because, last Bible study stream over on Twitch was the end of Numbers. So now we're starting off Deuteronomy. And I suppose I will get into recording things before I get too much further on that train of thought. So, let me get that rolling here. Alrighty, so it is now time to kick off the book of Deuteronomy. So, should I give a general overview of everything thus far in the Bible? I mean, you had creation, people mess stuff up, God floods the world, few generations after, saving a handful of people, namely a specific family. God makes a promise with a dude named Abraham that he's going to have a lot of descendants who are going to grow into a large group of people and bless the earth. Few generations down the line after that, because of a famine, that those people find themselves in Egypt as slaves. Dude named Moses, with God's help, obviously, really God working through Moses, sets the other Israelites free, the chosen people of God, basically. Sets them free. They go elsewhere, head to the Promised Land, which is basically where Abraham used to live. They wander around in the wilderness a lot. And honestly, that's kind of where we're at now. It seemed like at the end of Numbers, they were about ready to cross the Jordan River into Canaan and actually finally start, conquering portions of the Promised Land. But, yeah. Okay, that's odd. I just noticed recording is not actually doing it. Alright, whatever. Let me try that again. Start recording. Okay. So, yeah, kicking off Deuteronomy, we left things off basically with it seemed like the Israelites were ready to cross the Jordan River and go into the Promised Land. Um, we'll see how events unfold. Because, I mean, Moses is still alive throughout most, if not all, of Deuteronomy. So there's still quite a bit of reading to do before they actually fully go there. But, yeah. I don't want to spend too long introducing it. I'd rather just kind of hop right into things. And maybe if I have relevant thoughts for context and whatnot, I'll leave those as I, you know, start reading through. Al, I remember you having some discussion in chat regarding the Jordan River drying up. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't look into that at all to double check that, but in any case, obviously, for context, Jordan River is still very much active in what we're reading here, but, yeah, anyway. That's just basically where they needed to cross over to go from where they were in the wilderness-ish area to actually get to Canaan and start, settling there, well, conquering the other people groups that lived there and then settling there. But anyway, alrighty. So, yeah, I guess I'll hop right into this and get things rolling with Deuteronomy. So, here we go. Deuteronomy, chapter 1. These are the words that Moses spoke to all the people of Israel while they were in the wilderness east of the Jordan River. They were camped in the Jordan Valley near Suf, between Paran on one side and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab on the other. Or Dizahab, I don't know. Footnote there at Jordan Valley, Hebrew says Arabah, which doesn't necessarily mean too much to us if you don't know that much about Hebrew. It's just kind of another name. There are some times when I wish I knew some Hebrew just to kind of be able to give a little more insight into that. But anyway, obviously it's going to be the Jordan Valley because it's, valley areas near the Jordan River, as opposed to the somewhat unlevel terrain in some of the surrounding areas. So this was, lower elevation. But, yeah, so they were on the east side of the Jordan River. They needed to cross over it to get into Canaan, a.k.a. the Promised Land, which is where Abraham had lived before. But because of the famine and having to go down to Egypt, they weren't there anymore, and they were making their way back. Okay, so then verse 2. Normally it takes only 11 days to travel from Mount Sinai to Kadesh Barnea, going by way of Mount Seir. But 40 years after the Israelites left Egypt, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses addressed the people of Israel, telling them everything the Lord had commanded him to say. This took place after he had defeated King Sihon of the Amorites, who ruled in Heshbon, and at Edrei had defeated King Og of Bashan, who ruled in Ashtaroth. While the Israelites were in the land of Moab, east of the Jordan River, Moses carefully explained the Lord's instructions as follows. We'll get to that in a bit. So yeah, the land of the Moabites, the Amorites, and where King Og of Bashan, like, those were kingdoms and people groups that they had already fought and conquered, basically, on the east side of the Jordan River. And with the land being near a river and pretty decent for livestock, so it seemed, some of the tribes already had kind of said they wanted to settle in that area, but, you know, the fighting men of those tribes still had to cross the river to go help the rest of the tribes get the land that was promised to them in Canaan. Also, finding it interesting that it outright says, normally it only takes 11 days to travel from Mount Sinai to basically where they ended up, or at least roughly near there. Or at least I assume that's where Kadesh Barnea was. Because why else would it mention specifically that? So, yeah. In a span of distance that really would have only taken 11 days normally to walk by foot for a large group of people, because of them, in a way, refusing to enter the Promised Land the first time around because they were too scared, they wound up wandering around in the wilderness for 40 years. Basically so that most, if not all, the people who were too scared to go in would then die off, and a newer, hopefully more faithful, or at least more courageous generation would then take their place and actually go into the Promised Land and conquer it and settle it. Footnote there at Mount Sinai. Hebrew word is Horeb, which is another name. It was actually, I think it actually used that name when Moses went there, like, after he had fled Egypt for fear of being killed, and was living with Jethro and basically with the Midianites, to my understanding. As he was living elsewhere, though, and went to what we typically read as Mount Sinai. I think that first time around, like when he saw the burning bush and whatnot, it called it Mount Horeb. I could be wrong on that, though. But they're both the same mountain anyway. Also, footnote there at 11th month. Hebrew says in the 40th year on the first day of the 11th month. Oh, gotcha. Rather than saying 40 years after they left Egypt, it just says in the 40th year. Okay, anyway. This day in the ancient Hebrew lunar calendar occurred in January or February. So, yeah. Even though to them it was the 11th month, I mean, their 11th month was relative to Passover and whatnot, because right around that time is when their year starts, or at least started. So yeah, right around January or February, it seems, is when this was happening within the calendar year in case you're interested in that. But so anyway, all that just as an introduction to what Moses is going to tell the people. And I've probably dwelt on that long enough. I have plenty of chapter to go, so maybe a little less giving my thoughts and explaining things. Alrighty, so here we go. Verse 6. And this is Moses speaking here. When we were at Mount Sinai, the Lord our God said to us, "You have stayed at this mountain long enough. It is time to break camp and move on. Go to the hill country of the Amorites and to all the neighboring regions, the Jordan Valley, the hill country, the western foothills, the Negev, and the coastal plain. Go to the land of the Canaanites and to Lebanon, and all the way to the great Euphrates River. Look, I am giving all this land to you. Go in and occupy it, for it is the land the Lord swore to give to your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to all their descendants." And once again, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did in fact live in Canaan. So now their descendants, roughly 400 years later, are now going back there because that was the land that God had promised to Abraham and his descendants. It wasn't just that they would, be a large group of people. It was that they would be a large group of people living in that land. At least mostly in that land. Debatable about some of the tribes living on the other side of the Jordan River, but anyway. Although it does mention the Jordan Valley here as if it's part of that broader promised land area, so I guess it counts. Footnote there at foothills. Hebrew says the Shephelah, or Shephelah, I don't know, but trying to remember, that was there might be some significance to that later. I seem to recall somebody telling me at one point that, the Shephelah was sort of like a neutral ground, go-between sort of area where, people, it was kind of agreed, again, that it was sort of like a neutral zone that nobody, would be hostile in that area, and nobody, something to that effect. But the reason that was brought up is because, in a previous ministry that I was involved with, they did a certain get-together thing each week that they called Shephelah, kind of after that general idea, where it was like, hey, come one, come all, as you are, you're not going to be judged here, even though you're basically in a building that's directly off of a church, but, don't feel like we're going to be all judgy and give you, overly pious attitudes or anything like that. Anyway, and I'm still talking quite a lot. So, better move along. Verse 9. Moses continued, "At that time I told you, you are too great a burden for me to carry all by myself. The Lord your God has increased your population, making you as numerous as the stars. And may the Lord, the God of your ancestors, multiply you 1,000 times more and bless you as he promised. But you are such a heavy load to carry. How can I deal with all your problems and bickering? Choose some well-respected men from each tribe who are known for their wisdom and understanding, and I will appoint them as your leaders. Again, this was back at Mount Sinai. Verse 6 said, when we were at Mount Sinai, and he still hasn't mentioned leaving there. I find it interesting that he feels the need to recap what was said there, but again, in context, this should be like a whole new generation that he's speaking to, who maybe could use some refreshers on these things. But it also seems to be kind of like, once again, going back and recapping other things that happened that might be helpful for the younger generation to know, so maybe they can learn from prior mistakes. But he words it as if, you know, like he's using you in this as if it's the same people. I think that's more so just because, like, it's the same people group. But anyway. Okay, verse 14. Then you responded, your plan is a good one. So I took the wise and respected men you had selected from your tribes and appointed them to serve as judges and officials over you. Some were responsible for 1,000 people, some for 100, some for 50, and some for 10. At that time I instructed the judges, you must hear the cases of your fellow Israelites and the foreigners living among you. Be perfectly fair in your decisions and impartial in your judgments. Hear the cases of those who are poor as well as those who are rich. Don't be afraid of anyone's anger, for the decision you make is God's decision. Bring me any cases that are too difficult for you, and I will handle them. At that time, I gave you instructions about everything you were to do. So, again, kind of going back, because, you know, it was a large group of people. I mean, the first counting or whatever of just the fighting forces was over 600,000 men. Never mind the women and children and others who would not be fit for battle. And we also found out that at the second, like, counting census thing, whatever you want to call it, that they still had similar numbers. So, yeah, no duh, he needed some other people to help him oversee the disputes and other affairs of the people. And then there was also, like, you know, a lot of the laws that were given at that time before they had really fully left Mount Sinai. Then we get to verse 19. Then, just as the Lord our God commanded us, we left Mount Sinai and traveled through the great and terrifying wilderness, as you yourselves remember, and headed toward the hill country of the Amorites. When we arrived at Kadesh Barnea, I said to you, you have now reached the hill country of the Amorites that the Lord our God is giving us. Look, he has placed the land in front of you. Go and occupy it as the Lord the God of your ancestors has promised you. Don't be afraid. Don't be discouraged. But you all came to me and said, first let's send out scouts to explore the land for us. They will advise us on the best route to take and which towns we should enter. This seemed like a good idea to me, so I chose 12 scouts, one from each of your tribes. They headed for the hill country and came to the valley of Eshcol and explored it. They picked some of its fruit and brought it back to us, and they reported, the land the Lord our God has given us is indeed a good land. But, I'll get to the but in a minute. But, so yeah, again, this is kind of recapping stuff, almost as if he would be telling a group of people, hey, so, remember all this stuff that happened? Almost like he's about to say, all right, all this stuff happened, and then I'm also going to give you this bit of advice or wisdom or instruction or something. but there's a lot to cover regarding the previous events. So, you know, it might be a while before he expands on that much further. So Kadesh Barnea was in the hill country of the Amorites, which was, I believe, sort of the first people group that they fought and conquered. But like they were still kind of outside of that when they sent the spies in or scouts or whatever. So that, I guess, because of that being sort of the edge of the broader promised land, is why it mentioned Kadesh Barnea specifically in the first verse or two. You know, I guess it was verse 2, because it was talking about the length of the journey and how long it would normally have taken, but, you know, because of their unfaithfulness, they wandered around for 40 years instead. But anyway, so they reached the edge of the promised land, sent some scouts ahead who brought back some of the fruit and said that, yes, it's a good land. And then we get to verse 26. But you rebelled against the command of the Lord your God and refused to go in. You complained in your tents and said, the Lord must hate us. That's why he has brought us here from Egypt, to hand us over to the Amorites to be slaughtered. Where can we go? Our brothers have demoralized us with their report. They tell us the people of the land are taller and more powerful than we are, and their towns are large, with walls rising high into the sky. We even saw giants there, the descendants of Anak. But I said to you, don't be shocked or afraid of them. The Lord your God is going ahead of you. He will fight for you, just as you saw him do in Egypt. And you saw how the Lord your God cared for you all along the way as you traveled through the wilderness, just as a father cares for his child. Now he has brought you to this place. So, the report from the scouts was, yes, it's good land. There's a lot of good, plant life, fruit, food, whatever. Like, it's a good place to live in, but the people there are scary, man. They're big and tall. We saw giants, and they've got like these big walls around their towns. How are we supposed to, be able to defeat these people? So basically, while they recognized that the land was good, they chickened out. And, despite, Moses is saying that he told them not to be afraid, but it wasn't just him. It was also Aaron and Joshua and Caleb. But still, they were in the minority of the leaders in this case, I guess. So, that gets us to verse 32. But even after all he did, you refused to trust the Lord your God, who goes before you looking for the best places to camp, guiding you with a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of cloud by day. When the Lord heard your complaining, he became very angry, so he solemnly swore, not one of you from this wicked generation will live to see the good land I swore to give your ancestors, except Caleb son of Jephunneh. He will see this land because he has followed the Lord completely. I will give to him and his descendants some of the very land he explored during his scouting mission. So, interesting it doesn't mention Joshua there, because Joshua and Caleb kind of scouted together and both gave an overall favorable report. But it's going to mention Joshua later as I look ahead, so maybe that's why. But yeah, it seems odd to us that after all this stuff that they went through and the ways that God provided for them, that they still didn't trust God. Again, they chickened out. They thought that God wasn't big enough to handle these people that they would have had to fight. Which they might not have even really had to fight that much or that hard if they had had God's blessing and, let him go before them to these cities. But anyway, verse 37. And the Lord was also angry with me because of you. He said to me, Moses, not even you will enter the promised land. Instead, your assistant Joshua son of Nun will lead the people into the land. Encourage him, for he will lead Israel as they take possession of it. I will give the land to your little ones, your innocent children. You were afraid they would be captured, but they will be the ones who occupy it. As for you, turn around now and go on back through the wilderness toward the Red Sea. So, yeah, I guess it wasn't necessary to mention Joshua in there with Caleb, because now it's, God saying that Joshua is going to lead the people into promised land instead of Moses. Of course, Moses is not mentioning right here the way that he was a bit disobedient to God. But, I don't know, maybe he left it out because that wasn't necessary, per se, for the people to know. Because honestly, some of what had caused the distrust and the issues along the way was not only a distrust or a lack of faith in God, but also a distrust of Moses, specifically, and his leadership. So, maybe bringing up more of his faults would only, call things further into question in the overall situation. Also, footnote at Red Sea, Hebrews says Sea of Reeds. That's, again, just different way of referring to the same place. We all would know of it as the Red Sea, at least, related to the situation. That's just maybe not what they called it back then. Anyway, not a big deal. So, verse 41, and I'll probably just read through to the end. Then you confessed, we have sinned against the Lord. We will go into the land and fight for it, as the Lord our God has commanded us. So your men strapped on their weapons, thinking it would be easy to attack the hill country. But the Lord told me to tell you, do not attack, for I am not with you. If you go ahead on your own, you will be crushed by your enemies. This is what I told you, but you would not listen. Instead, you again rebelled against the Lord's command, and arrogantly went into the hill country to fight. But the Amorites who lived there came out against you like a swarm of bees. They chased and battered you all the way from Seir to Hormah. Then you returned and wept before the Lord, but he refused to listen. So you stayed there at Kadesh for a long time. And again, this is all just like Moses giving a recap of things, as if he's going to say something more and add to it later. I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but really the book of Deuteronomy is pretty much just like Moses' final words to the people before they go into the promised land, since he's not going with them. But yeah, so initially they were too scared to go into the promised land. Then God was upset with them because of that. And then they realized that they were wrong, but they thought they could just go into the promised land anyway, as if they would still have God's blessing. They clearly did not, because they got pushed back, defeated rather handily, it seems. So, yeah, really, in thinking they were going to do what God wanted, after God had said it wasn't going to happen, they disobeyed God again, making the situation even worse, essentially. So, I guess that wraps it up for Deuteronomy chapter 1. Again, I think this is all... I think the majority, at least, of the book of Deuteronomy is kind of like Moses' final words to the people. So, for right now, he's recapping things just to then kind of bring it back around and say, okay, here's the final bit of instruction, encouragement, advice, and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's it for now. At least for that chapter. Stream, however, is still continuing. Just so we're clear on that. Okay. Real quick, wanted to check on, Kick stuff, just in case anybody had left any chat comments or anything in there. But no, not as of yet, anyway. See, okay, this is getting into the wandering around and victory over Sihon. Yeah, so maybe after the first couple of chapters, seemingly maybe in chapter 4 is when it really starts getting into, Moses expanding on that. But he's giving a recap of things for context of the rest of his advice and such. But yeah, we don't even get to the death of Moses until the very end of the book. So yeah. Anyway. I don't know, maybe this is all actually going to be recap mixed in with additional insight. I don't know. Anyway, I figured you were still there, Owl. Stream analytics seemed to indicate as much, but I also understand that, going between watching and chatting, at least from what I've heard, possibly even from you, it's a bit more awkward trying to go between watching the stream and leaving stuff in the chat. At least compared with certain other platforms that I am no longer utilizing. Anyway. Okay. I guess I will hop into chapter 2 then. It's slightly shorter, but only slightly. So here we go. Oh, hold up. No. Might want to actually... Didn't have the energy to sit up and use the keyboard. Yeah. I don't blame you there. Okay. Now I'll start recording again. Alrighty, so Deuteronomy chapter 2. It seems like, at least to start things off, we're just getting a recap of events that Moses is communicating to the Israelites because they're about to go into the Promised Land. Giving a recap, probably for context, of the eventual advice and other final thoughts from Moses before they go into the Promised Land and he dies. Because God kind of said he would die before being able to enter. So anyway, I don't think there's really too much more context there. It seems like we're continuing the recap here in chapter 2. So, Deuteronomy chapter 2. Here we go. You know what? It says, then we turned around. Maybe for context to that, I should say, where we're at in the recap was basically when they had gotten to the edge of the promised land, scouted it out, and were too scared to go in. That's the then here for this verse. So, anyway. Then we turned around and headed back across the wilderness toward the Red Sea, just as the Lord had instructed me, and we wandered around the region of Mount Seir for a long time. Then at last the Lord said to me, "You have been wandering around in this hill country long enough. Turn to the north. Give these orders to the people. You will pass through the country belonging to your relatives the Edomites, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir. The Edomites will feel threatened, so be careful. Do not bother them, for I have given them all the hill country around Mount Seir as their property, and I will not give you even 1 square foot of their land. If you need food to eat or water to drink, pay them for it. For the Lord your God has blessed you in everything you have done. He has watched your every step through this great wilderness. During these 40 years, the Lord your God has been with you, and you have lacked nothing." So, keep in mind, backtrack a bit. Esau was the brother of Jacob, aka Israel, the namesake of this entire group of people. But Esau was also the brother that basically lost the rights of the firstborn because of a momentary, somewhat thoughtless deal that he made with Jacob. And then there was an additional blessing that he also lost out on because of some trickery on Jacob's part. So, yeah, but at the same time, it seems God didn't, want to completely leave him with nothing. So he settled in a certain area, and that was where they were passing through at this point. And probably, at least in part, because of the relation to Jacob and that sort of connection there, God doesn't want them to have any conflict. So, yeah. Plus, that's not where they were supposed to settle anyway. That wasn't the promised land. That was just where they were going through on their way back to the promised land again. Okay. So then, verse 8. So we bypassed the territory of our relatives, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir. We avoided the road through the Arabah Valley that comes up from Elath and Ezion-Geber. Then, as we turned north along the desert route through Moab, the Lord warned us, "Do not bother the Moabites, the descendants of Lot, or start a war with them. I have given them Ar as their property, and I will not give you any of their land." See, okay, some of this seems kind of new, so even as we're getting a bit of a recap, there might be some new detail being added to certain portions of it. But again, do kind of ancestral connection established here, because don't bother the Moabites, the descendants of Lot, Lot was Abraham's relative. I forget exactly what relative, but it was somewhere within your typical, like, extended family to grandparents and that whole family tree, as you might call it. Man, I'm really wishing I remember the relationship there between Abraham and Lot, whether they were like cousins or if Lot was like his uncle or something. But anyway, the Abraham and Lot were related. So again, familial connection to a person of God's promise. Let's not cause conflict here. So then, verse 10. A race of giants called the Emites had once lived in the area of Ar. They were as strong and numerous and tall as the Anakites, another race of giants. Both the Emites and the Anakites are also known as the Rephaites, though the Moabites call them Emites. In earlier times, the Horites had lived in Seir, but they were driven out and displaced by the descendants of Esau, just as Israel drove out the people of Canaan when the Lord gave Israel their land. So just interesting note there about giants who had lived in that area, because they had mentioned, the Anakites previously as like being giants, but they weren't the only ones. So then I guess that was the connection there and why it was mentioned at that point. Makes you wonder a little bit what happened to all the giants. I mean, granted, it does say that, people were driven out and displaced by the descendants of Esau. Well, that was in Seir. That was not in Ar, but again, maybe descendants of Lot had kind of populated and taken over that land, driving out any giants that had lived there. So anyway, verse 13. Moses continued, "Then the Lord said to us, 'Get moving, cross the Zered brook.' So we crossed the brook. 38 years passed from the time we first left Kadesh Barnea until we finally crossed the Zered brook. By then, all the men old enough to fight in battle had died in the wilderness, as the Lord had vowed would happen. The Lord struck them down until they had all been eliminated from the community. When all the men of fighting age had died, the Lord said to me, 'Today you will cross the border of Moab at Ar, and enter the land of the Ammonites, the descendants of Lot. But do not bother them or start a war with them. I have given the land of Ammon to them as their property, and I will not give you any of their land.'" Okay, not I don't know if there's really too much else to say there. It was only 38 years between when they started wandering the wilderness, basically, and when they crossed that particular brook, but that still wasn't quite all the way back to the promised land again. So then there was still more things that happened in between to make it a full 40 years, as God had mentioned, before they would then go back and actually enter the promised land. Verse 20. More parentheticals. That area, meaning the land of Ammon, that area was once considered the land of the Rephaites, who had lived there, though the Ammonites call them Zamzumites. They were also as strong and numerous and tall as the Anakites, but the Lord destroyed them so the Ammonites could occupy their land. He had done the same for the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir, for he destroyed the Horites so they could settle there in their place. The descendants of Esau live there to this day. A similar thing happened when the Caphtorites from Crete invaded and destroyed the Avites, who had lived in the villages in the area of Gaza. Moses continued, Then the Lord said, Now get moving. Cross the Arnon Gorge. Look, I will hand over to you Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and I will give you his land. Attack him and begin to occupy the land. Beginning today, I will make people throughout the earth terrified because of you. When they hear reports about you, they will tremble with dread and fear. Okay, now we're back to some kind of familiar stuff with Sihon and all that. I don't think it had previously mentioned all the land they went through before that God said, hey, don't fight them. Don't take any of this land. And now, okay, this whole thing about the Caphtorites from Crete, that sounds vaguely reminiscent of some of Balaam's prophecy regarding just, well, the Moabites and then other peoples in the surrounding lands. Pretty much just saying that there would be, basically that all those kingdoms would come and go, but that God's would not. Maybe not in that exact wording, but something to that effect. Also, footnote there, Hebrew says from Caphtor. That would be why they're called Caphtorites. But Crete would be the better known name in modern times for that place, I guess. Because I'm like, I know of a place called Crete, not so familiar with a place called Caphtor. So even before God, had sort of assisted the Israelites in driving people out of Canaan, he also had kind of, in a way, helped other family members related to Abraham and Jacob and them conquer and settle in their own lands. So I kind of wonder if there were, like, additional promises of a sort made between God and those other relatives of Abraham. But anyway, that's just sort of a speculative thought. Okay. So, back on the train of thought with, the Amorites and King Heshbon. King Sihon of Heshbon. Then we get to verse 26. Moses continued, From the wilderness of Kedemoth, I sent ambassadors to King Sihon of Heshbon with this proposal of peace. Let us travel through your land. We will stay on the main road and won't turn off into the fields on either side. Sell us food to eat and water to drink, and we will pay for it. All we want is permission to pass through your land. The descendants of Esau who live in Seir allowed us to go through their country, and so did the Moabites who live in Ar. Let us pass through until we cross the Jordan into the land the Lord our God is giving us. Okay, pause in there real quick, because Moabites living in Ar, there were was it a different group of Moabites that they then later had problems with, or is this the same group of Moabites that then like caused issues with God and his people, and then it was like, okay, maybe don't just let them be anymore. I don't know, but so even though it had already been stated to Moses by God that he would hand over King Sihon, Moses was still trying to say, just let us through. You know, taking the moral high road, so to speak, and not initiating a conflict there. Which, also, again, back to my speculative thought with, Esau and his descendants and Lot and his descendants, if there were similar situations where God was with them and, wanted them to settle in an area and live peacefully, but then other people kind of initiated conflict, so God gave them the ability to drive those people out. Again, purely speculative, but just something to consider, because as evidenced by this, like, there are things that happen throughout the world during these times that it doesn't outright state when those things are happening, if at all. So, yeah. Anyway, okay. Moving on then to verse 30. But King Sihon of Heshbon refused to allow us to pass through, because the Lord your God made Sihon stubborn and defiant, so he could help you defeat him as he has now done. Then the Lord said to me, Look, I have begun to hand King Sihon and his land over to you. Begin now to conquer and occupy his land. Sounds a bit reminiscent of the hardening of Pharaoh's heart in Exodus, which has a whole lot of moral debatability, and honestly, some things like that are part of what causes certain folks to call into question whether Judaism or Christianity or other related religions are even really worth following. Because it's like, well, okay, why would God essentially cause a thing to happen that then makes the person who does that worthy of punishment? Like, it's initiated by God. So why would he be upset with them doing that thing? But, I mean, at least in this case, it's kind of evidence, or it's kind of stated previously that it was already part of God's plan. This might just be the way that it was carried out, so that maybe the point was that there would be less guilt and or hesitation on the part of the Israelites to go and fight and conquer. We don't know all of God's ways and thoughts, and it seems questionable, yes, but there are ways of thinking through it where, like, okay, maybe it makes a little bit of sense. Ultimately, though, if it's in God's plan, it's going to happen one way or another. Like, even rewind back to, when the people were too scared to enter the promised land, it was still the promised land. That was still part of God's plan. It was going to happen one way or another. Even if, the people didn't really fall in line with the initial version of the plan, you might say. Anyway, Okay. Verse 32. Then King Sihon declared war on us and mobilized his forces at Jahaz. But the Lord our God handed him over to us, and we crushed him, his sons, and all his people. We conquered all his towns and completely destroyed everyone, men, women, and children. Not a single person was spared. We took all the livestock as plunder for ourselves, along with anything of value from the towns we ransacked. The Lord our God also helped us conquer Aroer on the edge of the Arnon Gorge, and the town in the gorge, and the whole area as far as Gilead. No town had walls too strong for us. However, we avoided the land of the Ammonites all along the Jabbok River, and the towns in the hill country, all the places the Lord our God had commanded us to leave alone. So, clearly, the areas that they did conquer were very near areas that God said, don't fight here. Otherwise, why would it mention this kind of stuff? It makes it sound like they're basically adjacent to each other. Footnote there at destroyed. Hebrew term used here refers to the complete consecration of things or people to the Lord, either by destroying them or by giving them as an offering. So, like, yeah, that's still something I don't quite understand, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess the footnote here is just saying, like, okay, technically, given the definition of the Hebrew word, it might not all have just been outright killing all the people. It could have been giving some of the people as an offering, which it could possibly have meant that some of the people were given, say, as helpers to the priests and the Levites, or I wouldn't think that would mean that they literally, like, sacrificed on an altar any of the people like they would have done for an animal offering or anything like that. I think it was probably either destroy or, like, any of the people that they didn't outright kill, they may have, brought along as people who would have served God in some way or another, I guess. I'm still not quite sure what exactly it means there by giving them as an offering, but I'm thinking not offering as in, like, sacrificial, kill them on an altar offering. I could be wrong on that, but that seems a bit counterintuitive. Why wouldn't you have just killed them with the rest if you were going to do that? Like, it especially given that it was previously stated God does not like human sacrifice of that sort. But anyway, so yeah, they defeated King Sihon. They also conquered areas around Gilead, which, again, these are parts of where some of the tribes wound up settling on the east side of the Jordan River. So, anyway, I don't really have any other thoughts there, so I guess that is going to do it for Deuteronomy chapter 2. Okay, done recording once again. Okay. No offense to anybody who would potentially be viewing on Kick. I just noticed, like, all the time I do these streams, and I get 2 viewers on Kick, fine. But like, it pretty much only ever seems to be 1 or 2 viewers, and like, nobody really says anything. Lurkers are fine, but I don't know. I'm just finding it a bit odd that there aren't the fluctuations like I see on other platforms. Anywho, so the Bible study portion of the stream is now done. I need a minute to shift things over. I'm going to be doing just a random assortment of video game stuff, because I have some things I would kind of like to do / catch up on for other reasons, and I don't really have a specific game that I really have in mind to play through as like a live stream only game as of yet. But really more so for the former reason. But anyway, give me a minute to shift stuff over, and then I will be right back. Okay. Here we go. Chill time for the stream. Feel free to, at any point ask questions. Especially if they're still, Bible related and whatnot. I just, you know, I'm just hanging out, basically. I want there to be time for further discussion and thoughts and whatnot, if y'all have them. And this is just kind of what I'm doing in the meantime. So we're back to my old faithful standby game, Gems of War. Just because, like, I feel in a way obligated to keep up with, you know, things that I'm supposed to do in this game. Mostly because, like, I kinda sorta lead a guild in this game. So if I don't sort of set the example and do as much as I reasonably can, how am I supposed to expect the rest of the guild to be active, you know? But also this is just, like, this game, I find myself kinda just playing sorta as I'm doing other stuff like editing and whatnot. So, like, yeah. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping up with this. So that's why I'm getting into this first. After I do the stuff that I plan on doing in this game, I will then be switching over to a game that I've actually been playing for the Same Spirit Gaming channel, which is new there, but I have played here already a while back. But, like, I kinda, in between recordings, wanted to set out to get as much stuff within that game as I can for the sake of the Same Spirit Gaming videos. But we'll get to that when we get there. Do I have my TV muted right now? I definitely don't anymore if I did. So, let's see here. In the meantime, while it's still kind of sort of on my mind, I'm wanting to maybe dig a little deeper into one of the ideas I presented during the Bible study portion. Specifically that, like, there's other stuff that happens that are not directly related to, you know, the Israelites, like the promised, the people of the biblical promise, let's say. There are other things that happen, though, and, like, if you're open to some sort of, you know, wiggle room in that, and some thinking that, okay, so maybe we don't know the whole picture based on the Bible, then there are some things that can more easily be explained that often come as, like, almost stumbling block types of questions related to the Bible. But, puzzle game, interesting format, still, yeah. Yeah, Owl, I think you've seen me play this game once or twice before. But, yeah, it's just that simple kind of match 3 style format. You know what? Sorry, I'm also looking at OBS stuff right now and noticing that the track for my microphone seems to be peaking quite a lot. So I'm going to turn myself down in those settings. Probably have right now. My brain is working. Yeah. I hear ya. I know I have some of those moments. Where it's like, okay, wait. I should know this. This definitely seems familiar, but what's going on? But yeah, so this is not to be taken as spiritual or biblical truth, but like there's some stuff in the Bible that makes a lot more sense if you know, open your mind, figuratively speaking, to the possibility of, you know, some things happening outside of what we're told in the biblical text that just, like, affects the situation. I later walked into my room to get my phone charger and stood there looking. Like the old walk into a room and forget why you went there sort of thing. I've heard that doorways can often play a significant role in that phenomenon. 'Cause, like, your brain, as you're going into a new room, registers that there's, like, a transition going on in your environment, and that can cause just, like, a subconscious shift that then makes you forget what you were doing when you had your previous mindset in a different room. So, example of what I'm getting into with the whole, like, things happening that affect the biblical story, but that the Bible doesn't tell us. And again, this is a possibility. I am not saying this is outright fact. However, really, really early on in the Bible, you have the story of Cain and Abel. Cain gets jealous of and mad at his brother Abel because he did not receive God's blessing, but his brother did. But long story short, with that whole situation, it's mentioned that Cain is afraid of getting killed elsewhere, like away from his family. But like, the only thing the Bible has told us so far is that there was Adam and Eve, and they had 2 sons named Cain and Abel. The Bible doesn't tell us that there are any other people on earth that Cain should be afraid of. So it makes you wonder why he would be afraid. But if you think about the possibility that, okay, maybe the Bible isn't telling us everything that happens everywhere, because it's not all directly connected to the story of God's chosen people, then it's like, okay, so yeah, God made Adam and Eve. Maybe he also made other people shortly thereafter? It doesn't really get into that, but I think that is true. There were a lot of details that didn't make it. First two people were Adam and Eve. They had Cain and Abel. How did the surviving brother manage to procreate if the only woman in existence is his mother? Again, yeah, that's another part of the question there. Adam and Eve did also have other sons and daughters, but yeah, it seems less morally questionable if you consider the possibility that maybe God also made other people and the Bible just doesn't tell us about that. And again, I'm not speaking that as if it is, you know, truth related to the Christian faith. But like it's not like it's outright obviously heresy that completely diminishes the truth that is there within the Bible. And like I said, it makes some situations a bit less questionable if you consider such possibilities. So like, I know there's the whole kind of Christian history, sola scriptura thought process of like the Bible is the only absolute truth that we have, but that doesn't mean that it is the only place that we can discover truth of any sort. Like, you can read other books that have truth within them, much of which can probably, I mean, much of that truth can probably also even be connected to what the Bible says. The Bible is just the only one that we don't really have to question as believers. Like, we know what we read in there is good, helpful, truthful to some extent. Other stuff may have truth, it's just we have to hold that, you know, up to the lens of, you know, scripture and faith and that. And if it doesn't hold up to that lens, then probably not true from a Christian framework. Doesn't really hold up then. So trying to answer that. Whenever I raise this before, I usually get... Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that I really would like to dig into with more people. Because I know there are so many that have had just, you know, overall bad experiences with really, like, rigid, strict, hardline Christians that are really, really pious and also really, like, limiting in their perspective. Even when it comes to, like, how the Bible itself is viewed. Like, there are plenty of people who think that there is really only one right way to think of certain biblical passages out there. But really, I don't think having such a rigid view is helpful, because then it's like you get to a point where you're not You basically become like Pharisees, where you think you know it all, and then you don't try and seek further understanding, and you get stuck in your view of things that this is the only right way. This is a lot of what we're seeing nowadays in the US with, like, basically a lot of the people that get labeled in the US as Christo-fascists are ones that have this kind of viewpoint and want to shove it on other people and force it not only to other believers, but they also want to force it on everybody else. They want to use the government as a way to force others into following what they believe is right. And you see, that comment right there, Owl, about, really getting to, look at these questions and not be so stuck in a certain viewpoint. Like, this is just a benefit that I had of my own youth group experience growing up, because we just had a lot of discussion time where we would talk about this stuff and not just say, I mean, yes, there would be moments of like, all right, here's what the Bible says related to this, but it wasn't like, this is hardline the one and only way to think about this issue. But also, the experience that I had in college was, I mean, I went to a liberal arts Christian college, which was far more of the standpoint of, I mean, there are all sorts of different Christian denominations, there are all sorts of different ways of thinking through and about certain things related to faith and the Bible and how it all works together. And we're going to present these various ways of thinking to you, but we're not going to treat it as if as if any particular one of these is the absolute truth. The only absolute truth that they stood on was, was God making the world, Jesus being God's son, dying on the cross for our sins, rising again, and ascending, as well as the existence of the entire Trinity, including the Holy Spirit. Just about every other possible topic related to the Bible, faith, and Christianity was presented as, here's a way of looking at this. There are other ways of looking at this. You do the work of understanding and figuring out what you want to hold on to amongst these different viewpoints. And I think a lot more people need that kind of experience when learning about and discussing the Bible and other matters of faith. Anyway. So yeah, I am fortunate to have benefited from such experiences, and in whatever small way that I can, I would like to kind of spread an inkling of that to as many other people as I can. One of the many things I hope to accomplish through my, online Bible study and, video making / online outreach, you could say, activities. But anyway, okay. I'm gonna need to settle myself down. I really like this stuff. I'm really passionate about it. That's why I have a hard time kind of like settling myself when I get into these kinds of discussions. To the point where, like right now, my throat's a little sore because I've been A, talking so much, and B, talking in such a passionate way. What doesn't help is people who are so rigid, they ignore things, like there being evidence of thousands, if not millions of years of evolution. Then some more rigid people deny that and say it's fake. Yeah. Here's something that I just thought of, actually. And it was a thought that I had almost in response to a tweet that one such really strict, rigid, religious person tweeted. Because they had mentioned, you know, something about creation and the world being made in 6 literal days and that kind of stuff. I mean, first off, who's to say that time, you know, like, scientifically we know that even in some slight way that the length of a day or a year, for example, are just ever so slightly changing as time goes by. It may also be possible that earlier in the timeline of existence, those changes may have been quicker. But the immediate thought that I had was, now hold on a second. When you look at Genesis 1, it has various, you know, it has 6 days of creation. After each one, it says there was evening and there was morning the first day or the second day or whichever day it was. Here's what I find an interesting thought related to that. The sun, moon, and stars, specifically, were not created until day 4. So the entire concept of a day and the amount of time that could have taken is... what do we know for how long that was? So, like, yeah, okay, day 1 there was light and darkness. Okay, but that doesn't really say how long that there was pretty much just light and darkness. I did not recall that it took that amount of time for Pluto to orbit the sun once. I knew it was a long time, I just didn't know it was exactly that time frame. But yeah, like, by shoot, even like the scientific definition of a day wasn't really established until long after many of the biblical writings. I mean, sure, yeah, it's kind of assumed, okay, day would have been sunset, evening, sunrise. That's why it says in Genesis 1, there was evening and there was morning, first day. But, where was I going with that train of thought? So, like, the scientific definition of what is a day and what is a year, it's, like, first off, it's super current Earth-centric, but also, like, it kind of just feeds into itself. Because, like, you have science defining, you know, a day as, you know, one revolution of Earth around its axis. You have it defining 1 year as 1 orbit of Earth around the sun. But we have since established ways to measure time that really kinda, like, assuming the changes that we acknowledge in those actual scientific events, assuming those changes continue to happen, our current measurements of time will then, like, not quite fit those definitions anymore. But does that mean that, like, a second is actually going to be different? Or is a second still a second? Is there still potentially some absolute measurement of time outside of the relative movement of objects in relation to each other that science literally just can't define or explain? That I have honestly debated on making a YouTube video regarding those thoughts, cause like all this sci-fi stuff that we see about, like, you know, time travel, wormholes, the space-time continuum, all those kinds of things, they rely solely on a scientific understanding and usage of scientific definitions of time. But every single one of those scientific definitions of time hinges on the movement of objects in relation to each other. So, like, God is outside of all that. God existed before anything in the universe was moving. So, is it possible that in some other time, aka maybe God's time, that, like, there's some way, some method of time measurement that is not dependent upon the movement of objects in relation to each other? And I think our current usage of, like, hours and seconds and things like that, those are no longer dependent upon the movement of objects in relation to each other. Yeah, we notice them because, like, you know, hands on a clock move or anything like that, but those are, like, that is now solidly definable time that, like, let's say a billion years in the future, if, you know, 1 Earth year suddenly only took 350 days, that still wouldn't, like, invalidate the amount of time that a second is. So, anyway. Concept of time was created around Stonehenge. The exact same time every year, the light of the sun would shine through it. That is how they knew a solstice had come to pass again. Yeah, yeah, things like that were early tools or objects that were used to then shape and inform the current scientific definition and understanding of time. I mean, people knew way back then that, yes, time passed, and okay, well, there's sometimes it's dark outside, and sometimes it's light outside. Clearly some time has passed. They didn't necessarily have, you know, units of measurement akin to our seconds and hours and whatnot to measure that time, but, like, still, the only reason that they knew time had passed was because it's like, okay, well, there's stuff moving. is there a way to define time and measure it that is not dependent on the movement of objects in relation to each other? Because it's not like time doesn't exist for the vast amount of space that has nothing in it. So, just because there's no objects moving in relation to each other, that doesn't mean time is non-existent for those portions of space. Nor has that ever been the case. But I don't know. These are getting into some like really deep, complicated questions and things that I have like thought about in my own time over the years that I still am like, I really have no clue how this works. Like, I know how our understanding of time works, but like thoughts that it seems like they should be true and right to some extent, like, but I just don't know how to make it work, for lack of a better way of putting it. Dwellings with objects that have a resemblance to utensils. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that they were lacking in knowledge or understanding of time back then. I don't know. I guess in the grand scheme of things, I've been wondering to myself if we should try and find a way to redefine our scientific understanding of time. But that might be something that we will never really be able to understand or comprehend. Like, but that's one of those things where I guess a big reason why I've pondered this is, you know, thinking about a lot of sci-fi and things like that. It's assumed that, you know, stoppage of time is equivalent to stopping the movement of all objects. But then when it comes to, like, you know, the actual sci-fi time travel and things like that, that would all be absolutely impossible if you could not move something within a space of stopped or altered time. And the fact, or even like looking at Einstein's relativity and other such things, like it says, you know, in essence, that time then gets altered as you get closer to the speed of light. Like, time slows down for you as you get close to the speed of light. But the key words there are for you. There is other time for other people in those instances that does not change, which does that not then necessitate the idea of some sort of absolute time that is not relative to however fast you're moving through space? But as much as we have these archaeological finds and theorize, we will never know. Right. So, either You know, the whole sci-fi concept of time travel basically will never exist. Or, like, certain things related to time manipulation would just never be possible. Based on our understanding of space and time and how they relate to each other. Speaking of space and time, I'm now gonna be playing this game called Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, which this is sort of now getting into the, I'm gonna call it homework, that I have left myself for the Same Spirit Gaming channel. Because this is my game that I'm actively playing through on that channel, or, well, for recorded videos on that channel, like a month plus in advance. But this is the game I'm playing through for those recordings. But I also want to, like, you know, unlock certain things as much as I can to make the game more interesting and dynamic and be able to, you know, have more abilities as I progress through that game for the videos. Stephen Hawking did a fascinating experiment to prove that time travel would be impossible. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that time travel is impossible, and or that, you know, aliens don't exist and whatnot, because, otherwise there's a whole bunch of stuff that should have happened by now, if such things were possible. Had a few lines scratched on sand, and then arranged for cars to sub in for time machines. Alright. For the sake of making things a bit easier on myself as I go through this, especially this next mission. This next mission. One car going forward in time, one coming back, and one going forward in altered present. Prove that as you go forward, you would see yourself coming back. The only logical way was that all three cars moved together in a line, creating a loop of watching oneself. Yeah. Which is why you have things like the grandfather paradox. Because, like, if time travel were possible, that would mean you'd be able to, like, go back in time, and if you killed your grandfather, then you'd be able to make it so that you never existed, but then that means you would never have been able to go back in time to kill your grandfather, to make yourself not exist, and yeah. All sorts of complicated stuff like that. So those ideas essentially disprove the concept of time travel. Well, it disproved the concept of time travel because of because of what we observe, and just as importantly, what we don't observe in the universe as it stands. Actually, don't think we're the only life out there. Well, depending on how you're defining solar system, we are definitely not the only solar system. But I mean, if you're defining solar system just as, you know, like galaxy that has a sun, then yeah, no. We are in no way, by any stretch of the imagination, the only solar system. Because Stephen Hawking loved proving his theories and disproving them, he did another experiment that proved we do travel. I mean, but I figured the current scientific thought was just that we can travel in time, but only forward. And that was related to the whole relativity idea of, like, time can slow down for you. Like, let's say you're in some sort of small ship traveling near the speed of light. You know, you can go really, really fast for a while, and for you, it seems like it's only been a minute, but it's been, like, just for the sake of keeping the example simple, it's been like a year outside of your traveling near the speed of light bubble ship thing. But anyway, he had some clock device made and gave them to two teams. One stayed near ground level, then another team went up a mountain, stayed up there for a couple hours. Both devices continued to tick time exactly the same way. People who went up the mountain came back, and their devices were hours ahead of those that had stayed on the ground. Hours ahead? So that's... Maybe I misunderstood the whole traveling near the speed of light thing. So then it would be... Well, no, because then it's like the time around you moves faster, even though it's slower for you because of the speed at which you're moving, or something like that. Theory was that the higher you get from the ground, the faster time moves. But technically, if you're up higher, are you not also technically moving a bit faster because you're at a further point from the core of the Earth, therefore its rotation causes you to be moving more. Thus, you're moving ever so slightly closer to the speed of light. So I think that kind of almost relates in a way to that whole thought based off of Einstein's relativity that it's moving faster has an effect on your time relative to time as it affects everything else. Anyway, quite possible I can... Yeah. There is all sorts of stuff that, like, if you really, like, science can just get so confusing, for lack of a better way to put it. Also, I'm getting into a portion of this where I'm going to have to, like, very significantly focus on what I'm doing. So, I may be a little bit less able to keep up with chat. We were saying about the solar system. I don't believe this whole high-tech Space Invaders thing comes with sci-fi, but there could be an Earth-like planet out there. Oh, yeah. I don't deny that there's a possibility of that, by any means. Could be people on that planet reaching out to the universe for answers like that. By the way, if you would like a general overview of this game and what it is and how it works, I could tell you, but maybe not at this particular moment. Because this mission requires focus. Oh, geez. Especially if I want to get all of that stuff. So one of your primary goals within this game is to save the space bunnies that are trapped in those cages. And if you get certain numbers of those, you, like, unlock different upgrades for your ship, which is part of the reason why I'm going back through the levels I've already played in the collab channel recordings and trying to get more of those and get those upgrades. But basically, the main way that this game works is that, you know, you have a ship. Each spot on the ship is like a different station of it. So you have, like, cannon stations. You've got an engine station normally. You've got a shield station. And you have to have somebody actively manning a particular station in order to use that station. And that's pretty much how the gameplay works. But there are also, as you go along, there are gems that you can collect to power up your different stations and give them different abilities. You can combine the gems to unlock even further, more complex and interesting abilities. And, yeah. But the overall story premise of the game is that a certain reactor thing that was responsible for, you know, spreading love throughout the universe got broken, and you have to, you know, traverse the galaxy fighting the evils of, and I quote, anti-love, because, you know, love was the thing holding all of that together. And it's basically a really simple good versus evil premise, but in the setting of, you know, space, and with a very, like, family-friendly approach to that whole concept. So yeah, that's the general overview of the game, I guess. So yeah, you can see there, you have to reach a certain number of bunnies rescued to get different upgrades and whatnot. I don't think I'm fully going to be able to reach the next ship upgrade within the missions that I'm planning on going through here. Oh, also, if you play this game solo, it gives you a pet companion that you can have go to a second station that you're not able to utilize at a particular moment because you're focused on something else. Most of the time, I have said pet companion operating the shield here, because then I don't have to worry about defenses too much. I just, you know, I shoot the things. But, like, I could, in certain situations, have the pet companion go to pretty much any of the stations except the engine. So, like, there's one particular boss fight in this game that I found it more useful when I played through this before to actually do the shielding myself and have the pet companion take care of the cannons and dealing the damage. Alright, so there's just one more mission that I have left until I catch up to where I was with my recordings. Okay, so I think first, since I'm gonna want to cover basically the entire map anyway to rescue all of the space bunnies here, I think I'm first going to go down and to the right, and then I'll just go left, circle around. I'm realizing left is this way for you all. So I'll go bottom right, and then circle left, go up from there, and then cover the whole top area for this mission. Hello. Enemy. Very evasive enemy. Be gone. Okay. To the engine. Oh, yay. See, glad I don't have to also try and figure out the shields while that's going on. Okay. Now, if you notice on the mini-map, down there in the bottom left of the screen, there are... So I think the red dots are supposed to be just like kind of built-in level hazards. Green dots are specifically like, you know, enemies that can move around, though. However, if it's a big green circle kind of thing, it might be something more like this. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the right from here. Ouch. Okay, be gone. Nope, come on. Back to the engine. I will say it is a little bit cumbersome using all these ladders and whatnot to get to the various stations. But, you know, come to think of it, I've seen some other people playing games that work in a actually sort of similar way, but just, I guess, newer games that might also have, like, a different sort of style to them creatively. I don't know. Oh, jeez. Okay. Like, I've seen some videos with Markiplier and or Jacksepticeye, and they'll, like, play a certain game that functions somewhat similar to this, but, you know, with some of their friends. And I'm just realizing this is heading absolutely nowhere. Well, nowhere helpful anyway. I did get another indicator of where a bunny would be. Could have tried going up there instead of back this way, but meh, whatever. Too late now. I've made my decision. I'm going. But I'll be fashionably late. There. Man, I can't even say the quote right. Dang it. Wanted to quote the Grinch there, because, you know, Jim Carrey's funny. But also, I think out of all the movies that I like to quote, some of my favorites end up being, well, usually the funnier ones, but find myself doing some particular quotes from Shrek a lot. Also find myself quoting The Emperor's New Groove a fair bit. But The Grinch is definitely another one. Okay, let's get rid of that thing. Also get rid of the explosive barrel over there. Okay. This is going to be a very slow, methodical approach to getting through this level. Actually, hang on a sec. Let me go back up here. See if I can't destroy, well, this enemy, but also that explosive barrel down there before I go careening into it. Okay. Now, for some reason or another, the Shrek quote I end up referencing the most, especially when I'm with my family, is the ogres are like onions whole bit. Tend to quote that a bit, and yes. Yeah. But yeah, the whole part of them being like, ogres are like onions. You mean they stink? Yes. No. Oh, you mean they make you cry? No. Oh, you mean you leave them out in the sun too long, they get all brown and start sprouting little white hairs? No. Ogres are like, onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Onions have layers? You get it. We both have layers. Oh, you both have layers. You know, not everybody likes onions. Cake! Everybody loves cake. Cakes have layers. I don't care what everyone else likes. Ogres are not like cakes. You know what else? Everybody likes parfaits. You ever go up to someone and say, hey, you want a parfait? And they like, hell no, I don't like no parfait. Parfaits are delicious. No! You darned irritating miniature beast of burden. Or I guess he says dense there. I don't know. I always thought for the longest time he was saying darned, but I guess it's dense. Now that I've heard it said and quoted by other people. So he says, no, you dense, irritating miniature beast of burden. Ogres are like onions. End of story. Bye-bye. See you later. Yeah. That, like, whole exchange. I basically have memorized. That is a nice boulder. Okay, so where am I going from here? Come on. Map station. I could go straight up, but I think I'm actually gonna go, like, to the left here first. See if that'll sort of uncover the rest of this cloudy area for me. See, now you got me thinking of, like, what my favorite moments to quote are from the other movies I mentioned. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people that quote anything from The Emperor's New Groove end up liking the whole, like, right, the poison for Cusco. The poison chosen especially to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That line. Was that line about the ladies' underwear thing. I think that was in Shrek 2. Yeah, because Shrek was like captured or something, and they had to like do a rescue mission. Getting uncomfortable in my chair. Is this gonna set off a bomb? No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this level you can have bombs that appear and set off a giant explosion that you have to run away from. Okay then. Still technically didn't uncover that one little bit, but I doubt I'm gonna find any bunnies there. If I uncover the entire rest of the map and find I'm missing a bunny, then I guess I'll go back around. Okay. Hiya. I will say one of the things on a totally different subject. One of the things I like about this game is that, like, just utilizing the different gem combinations and whatnot. And like seeing and using the unique abilities of each combination. Because, like, okay, so for example, I've got a double beam setup going on up top here. It fires kind of more powerful beams, but can only maybe do 2 real rapid fire like that. Whereas on the right side here, I've got a power beam set up. So it's got a beam attack that's a bit less powerful, but it also fires each shot quicker. So on the whole, like, the damage probably isn't that different. But if you got a big group of enemies that are all kind of huddled together, this is probably an easier way to hit multiple of them. And then, of course, you have down at the bottom here where I've got a metal gem, where I'm basically just using this as like a giant wrecking ball kind of situation. But you can do stuff like, if you combine power and metal, it'll give you rockets that you can actively, like, guide on their way to the enemies. If you do beam and metal, it'll do the whole, like, wrecking ball thing, but also the wrecking ball will fire beams from it once you let go of the X button. So, yeah. Yeah, and then of course I've got like the double power setup going on over on the left side that really is just a really rapid fire attack of the non-beam variety. BRB, need to go get food. Oh hey. That's usually a good sign. You know, having an appetite means your body wants more stuff in it rather than being so focused on getting things out of it. I could take the opportunity to go get a little snack for myself, but I'd rather wait until I complete this level to do that. Alright, so we have more enemies down here. Hiya. Hiya. Nope. I missed. Okay, now I gotta hit this dude over here, too. Well, in order to ensure my continued safety, I gotta. Okay. Gonna get me a little health here. Fend off some enemies. Come on now. There we go. Where to next? Probably want to go up and then to the right. Yep. Okay. Ooh, what gem am I gonna get this time? We have a metal gem. Ooh, let's go double metal. Yeah. 2 wrecking balls. Come on. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, so I got the bare minimum 5 to clear the level. However, you can get up to 10 in each level. You know what, let me just reveal that part of the map to make sure I'm not missing any bunnies. I wouldn't think so, but just in case. Survey says no. Do. Okay, takes care of that side. And now there's just this one enemy left. Hiya. Okay. So I'm still missing 5 bunnies. I know the location of one of them, but on that raid last week, really nice guy. I've watched him a few times since. Trying to remember last week. Which one was that? Was that Jake? Jake Fedora? Because I remember the one time we raided Empress Chronicle, and I know for sure another time we raided Jake Fedora. I'm trying to remember if there was anybody else that we raided. Another power gem. I guess I'll put that over here on the Yamato cannon. Because why not? It's the only totally empty space that I have left. Oh, right, Jade. Oh, yeah. Jade. He was actually one of the people that kind of initially encouraged / inspired me to do live streaming and not just like pure, you know, making YouTube videos. I'm trying to remember. I think I had talked with him at one point about like the idea of doing almost kind of making like a Christian like creator network sort of thing. Of course, now that I've actually been doing this for a little while and have looked into all that kind of stuff, I've realized that there are such things already out there. Like, technically, I am affiliated with a group known as Safe Streamers that are all Christians. They don't necessarily all, you know... The Safe and Safe Streamers isn't necessarily just that they're all, like, family-friendly streamers. It's more so safe as in, like, safe people to talk to and, like, come with your questions and concerns and that kind of stuff. Anyway, addicted to that interactive Pokemon catch. Yeah. I tend to be more of a stream lurker than an actual like chat participant most of the time. But yeah, the people who, you know, really, especially if they started off with live streaming and have that as their main focus, you know, a lot of them have really developed some ways to make sure the, you know, community and specifically those in their stream chats are engaged. Oh crap, it's a bomb. Where do do I go? Where do I go? I don't think I even have that much room over this way. Not really. I hope I'm not driving myself into a corner here. Crap, I kind of am. Alright, well then let's go down a bit further, I guess. Ugh. This is really bad. Okay. Ugh. I feel waited a couple days before I... Yeah, and you see... Actually, I don't think Jade is even part of the safe streamers group that I was just talking about, but that's really more so what the safe and safe streamers is all about. Like, making sure people know that they're welcome, no matter what their, you know, background is or, you know, their situation and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Good grief. This is quite the, or at least it was quite the sticky situation I found myself in there. And, okay. Definitely not a bomb. Good. Okay. Get rid of this guy up here. Okay. Now I just need to make it to the exit portal. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna plow through. Plow through to the exit. Okay. Holy cow, that took me like half an hour. Female gamers get a lot of negativity online, which I find a darn shame. Usually wait until people I talk to in gaming networks get to know me. But yeah, like... What's equally a shame is that even just, like, in a lot of... Well... Let's put it this way, there have been some very recent occurrences within the Southern Baptist Convention, which just so happens to be the largest Christian denomination. Certain things have been decided, established, whatever, that have made a lot of women in general feel not very welcome. Jeez, I have so many extra gems now. Another metal gem. Honestly, I'm kind of liking the setup that I have here. Although, well, no. Okay. Alright, so that is all the further I can progress before getting to, well, before getting past where I have left things off in the recordings that I did before for the collab channel. So, now I gotta figure out something else to do. I mean, I could hop into more Digimon Survive. Or Sonic Frontiers. Maybe I'll go with Sonic Frontiers. But, I need another bit of a break. Star Constellations, Ursa Major. Yeah, I don't think all the constellations in this game are actual real-life ones. Although, maybe they are. This one, I'm trying to think. This one's fish. So this one might be Pisces. Because it's like kind of fish related, I think. This one I think is Orion. I can't remember for the life of me what that one is. But, although honestly, I could just back out to the main screen and actually just load up a different profile. Also, how do I only have 85% completion there? Hold up now. Whatever. Oh yeah, also, the pets that you can have are all like different scientist names. So like the doggish looking one is Doppler, the cat is Kepler. There's a raccoon called Riemann. I think that's how that's pronounced. And there's a pig named Pythagoras. Keeping in line with the, you know, space and science theme. So if I go here, select another campaign. So we got Ursa Major. Okay, Cetus, I mean, that might be a constellation name that I'm just not familiar with. I'm more so familiar with just the ones that are, you know, attached to the American zodiac signs. Are they American or are they like English? I don't know. But whatever. Yeah, that one's Orion. And that one's just King Cepheus. I don't think that's meant to reflect a real-life constellation. Although Cepheus could be... I don't know. Anyway. Okay. Backing out of that. Let me just make sure that it didn't forget where I was in this one. Because that would be an absolute tragedy if it... No. Okay. Good. That was how I knew the scale of... Okay. So yeah, I think I'm going to load up Sonic Frontiers here. But in the meantime, while it's loading up, I will take a slight break. Be back in a bit. Almost fully back. Just thought I would take a second to look at this. Apparently, there has been another update to Sonic Frontiers, including but not limited to a new game plus. I am really curious about that. Also, action chain challenge. Oh, I wonder if that's going to be an extension of like the stuff in the training mode where it's like chain these moves together. Oh, geez. Stage records in cyberspace challenge in arcade mode can now be deleted. Tower difficulty on Ray Island has been reduced for easy mode. Additional songs added to the jukebox. Acquire them by gathering sound memories. Yeah. Additional options. The rate of deceleration when jumping. The deceleration rate when stopping. Maintaining a boost when jumping. And battle skill camera can now be set in cyberspace BGM changes with boost can now be toggled. Okay. Jeez. Holy cow. When the following time-saving actions are used in cyberspace, colored marks will now appear in the results. Homing dash white, spin dash red. Change in deceleration rate when jumping yellow, cyberspace power boost blue. Dadgum! New Game Plus will unlock once the game has been cleared. In New Game Plus, Sonic's skills and stats will carry over, but items will not. What items would even carry... Oh, so like the memory tokens and that kind of stuff, I assume, would not carry over. Or the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, the stuff that's involved in progressing the game. Duh. Sure, let's apply the birthday decorations. Alright. 2 more seconds. Okay, realistically closer to 10, but meh, whatever. That was not meant as a literal statement when I said 2 seconds, obviously. Oh, man. Okay, so first off, extras. Sonic's birthday party outfit, okay. Friends get... Oh! The friends get outfits now. Meaning Tails and Knuckles and Amy, I presume. Coco appearance. They've got a party outfit now in addition to the springtime and... Island appearance. See, this almost makes me wonder if they're gonna add further updates that will add other options for the appearance and whatnot. The impression I get from the fandom, at least, is that they're hoping this will be the last major, like, gameplay-related update, and others might just be cosmetic stuff. Outfits will not be reflected in certain cutscenes. Okay. Duly noted. What's the copyright message all about? I'm not sure I ever read into that. Permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software and associated documentation, blah, 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 to deal in software without restriction, including without limitation, rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sub-license, and or sell copies. Okay, whatever. I thought maybe this was going to be more about, well, maybe there's that too. I figure maybe there would be information in here regarding, like, streaming stuff and saying that the music wouldn't fall under any sort of copyright infringement. So you don't have to worry about, using it in videos and live streams and getting into any trouble for that. There was a rather dissimilar message to that effect regarding Kingdom Hearts 3, where it said, like, hey, yeah, you kind of can't use some of the music here because it's under copyright. I think it was mostly the Face My Fears song. But yeah, there's a couple of times where I've gotten into some teensy bits of YouTube copyright trouble just for music within video games. So wait, that's the same cyberspace challenge. The Battle Rush is still the same. So where's this? There was some other game mode that they mentioned that was like an action challenge thing. I'm wondering what the point of doing a new game plus would be. Like, because I mean, obviously you get to play the story over again, but otherwise, like, I feel like otherwise that's just kind of bringing you back to the same point with other, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of intrigued by the whole New Game Plus idea. You can choose the difficulty, blah, 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 blah. Could bring it in at a harder difficulty. Like, I'm curious what the New Game Plus would do, but at the same time, I'm also skeptical of just how different it would be. Alright, you know what? Fine. Just for curiosity's sake. Oh. You can select the settings that fit your style. Well, hold up. People who are not familiar with Sonic games. Huh. Oh, but I thought that would be doing the whole New Game Plus thing. Hang on. Actually, I'm not sure that cutscene was particularly familiar. Hang on. Oh, it's not even gonna let me do anything else for a while because I got into... Alright, tell you what. Let me quit the game and then get back into it. I wanted to do a New Game Plus. I thought that would be under the New Game section, but maybe not. And it's not giving me the rundown on update stuff either. Maybe... Nope, okay. I was like, maybe it'll show that in the user manual. It doesn't even show anything in that setting. You have to scan a QR code. Okay, so if I go to continue and select, it still doesn't seem to give me a new... Doesn't seem to give me a new Game Plus option there either. Oh well, not a big deal. For now. Action Chain Challenge. Begin an Action Chain Challenge by using Psyloop on the start mark. Within the time limit, chain together multiple actions and objects to fill the chain gauge. Each time the chain gauge fills up, the score multiplier will increase. Once an action or object is used, it will not fill the gauge again for some time. There's a new species of cocoa hidden across the islands. The new cocoa is so rare that it counts for several regular cocoa. If you take them to Elder Cocoa, he will power up your boost gauge as a reward. Whoa. It's so colorful. In the corners. You've been waiting for it. You might have mentioned that game before, Owl, but feel free to give me a refresher. Now what was I doing? Eh? What is that? So there's a mark over there. Okay. How am I supposed to get there? I see. Okay. And maybe it starts by hopping onto one of these platforms here that are moving surprisingly quickly. Whoa, hello. There we go. What the... Okay. Womp womp. Remaster for Switch. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Hip. What do I do here? Well, that's weird. I gotta do it all over again. But yeah, I don't think these platforms were here before. What the? Some of these jumps, man. It's like the depth perception is messed up somehow. Like that. Fortunately, I don't really lose anything other than a little bit of time when that happens. And that's probably the case because this happens so easily. Nope. Good golly. The platforming has suddenly gotten way more difficult with this stuff. But that's probably why, I mean, I'm assuming that the thing I get to after this is going to be one of those rare cocoa that it mentioned. Okay, so I think for this part, I need to just, well, do something similar to that, but better. Favorite farmyard animal? I'm not sure I've thought much about that one. I'm kind of inclined to say sheep. But I can't say I could really tell you much about why. I mean, aside from, you know, the obvious fluffiness. I mean, also, you know, sheep are kind of one of the calmer and less dangerous, I guess, farm animals. Jeez. Mm-hmm. Amount of game time I wasted. I mean, nothing against it. You know, I had ample opportunity to, you know, pet some sheep in real life. And I did not do anywhere near as much of it as I could and debatably should have while I had that opportunity. Okay, so yeah, that was the big old cocoa. Or maybe not big, but that was the special cocoa that was mentioned. And there are others scattered around. And what's... Oh, okay, so those are some of the action trial things that it mentioned, I guess. That kind of makes me want to go back to the first island and do that stuff there. And just when I was thinking I would bother, or when I would not bother with doing much of anything else on this island. But I guess I might as well do that stuff while I'm here before I then go back to the first island and do the same kind of stuff there. I am now kind of perhaps forsaking the idea of getting all the different memory tokens. But I would like to see all the extra bits of dialogue and whatnot. So, however many memory tokens are necessary for that, I will at least get that much on each island. But for now, I think I am going to fast travel. Actually, you know what? No. I'm not going to fast travel. I think I'm going to try and use the rail system. Next destination, there. Which means I have to head in that direction. Now the rails make like a sparkly sound instead of a grindy sound. Interesting. There's the rare cocoa that has a crown on it for some reason. Almost like it's a king cocoa. Okay, still headed in the general direction where I want to go. Oh, and there's different colors. There's different colors of rails, too. Interesting. I don't think that's going to take me... I was going to say I don't think that's going to take me where I want to go, but... it actually gets kind of close. Hello. Ow. There we go. Okay. So I think that's the direction I want to go now. Right? Maybe, maybe not. Or maybe that is where I want to go next. Well, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay, maybe it kind of is, just indirectly. Now what? I guess I'll head this way. Oh, jeez. Nope. And it throws me all the way off. Wait, does that mean I don't lose the rings then? That actually seems to be what that means. Cool. Nope. Did it again, dang it. Pretty sure I need to get either over or in between those. Ah, dang it. And of course, the one time I actually do get in between them. There we go. Okay, gotta chain together those kind of moves like that. There we go, yeah. Wait, did that one have a giant top hat? Yep. Well, I don't know about top hat per se, but giant hat. Also a mask? Maybe that's some of the party stuff. And the only thing that actually makes them special relative to the other Coco is just their size. That could be. Okay. Where is my next destination? I guess this thing. Which is over that-a-way. How do I safely get over that-a-way? I guess I could go back down here. And then just kind of go around the block a little bit like this. Oh. Yeah, right. These platforms. Oh, hey, memory token. What do you know? Alright, so you're supposed to do a side loop to start it, and then just do a bunch of cool stuff back to back, I guess? Oh, come on. Dang it. loop that guy, maybe? Or, oh, come on, really? That took too long to get that loop, and he broke the chain somehow? Okay, whatever. That's a C rank score? Jeez, okay. Maybe I should try not getting into the fight next time. I wonder if you get anything from S ranking these. Alright, well, let's find out. Alright, I'm gonna take the same path, but then try not to get into that fight. No, I really don't want to fight you. You leave me no choice but to fight you. Oh, hello. Maybe go here. Oh, come on. There we go. Even that was only a B rank? What the heck? Okay, this is going to take a while to figure out how to get an S rank on this. Okay, go. Yeah. Yep, there we go. Oh, come on. Hold up. There we go. See, collecting rings is also part of what boosts your streak for that, so yeah. Seems like getting to a spot where you would collect those would be quite helpful. Ah! Got an A rank that time. Jeez. Oh, just dashing like this increases the... Okay. Specifically dashing like that along the ground seems to increase the chain. Well, if I had known that... And yet, despite having a higher chain this time, I don't seem to have as high of a score. So maybe there's more to it than that. Yeah. Huh. This is very interesting trying to figure all this out and get a sense of how it works. No, I really don't want to get into a fight. And that was a... Jeez. I keep just trying, like, kind of random things, and... some of them are working better than others. I mean, I like the way I've been starting this out, but there's other stuff that I'm not so much liking. Oh, come on. I totally thought I was gonna end up on that rail there. And a second time. Okay, whatever. Oh, come on. There we go. Nope. Jeez. I don't know. Am I trying too hard? Am I being too stubborn with this? Whoa, hello. Okay, whatever. Hello. There we go. Nope, I was supposed to jump there. Alright, fine. You know what? How did that not count toward the chain? Really? Well, now I kind of give up on it. But I also have 10 more seconds that I gotta... restart. Yeah. Nope. Got stuck in a situation I really didn't want to. Ugh. I'm almost wishing I could remember what happened the time that I got the A rank. So I could, you know, just sort of replicate that and try and do it faster. Oh, okay. Hey, nope. Shoot. Okay, whatever. Just run and find these things to keep the chain going, and I should have just used the directional thing rather than trying to... There we go. Why didn't that bounce me off the spring? That seems weird. Hey, come on now. Dang it, did it too soon. Oh well. Hey? What does that do? I don't even know. Oh, Coco. Okay, whatever. I have no clue what I'm doing anymore. I'm just running around trying to find stuff. I will eventually get an S rank on this. I'm not convinced I'm actually going to get anything from it though now. Okay, there's a thing. Yeah. Hey, another ramp. Yeah. Why did it... Oh. I'm like, why did it change the camera angle? That's why. Ah, shoot. There was a spring there that I was supposed to... Maybe if I had actually gotten onto that other spring there, it would have done a little more for the chain. I'm sorry, I know I probably spent like way too much time on this, but it's a new thing that I'm trying to learn. Where was the thing that... Yeah, there we go. That thing. Okay, then we go up here. Nope. Hi-ya. Hi-ya. It's gonna do that stupid little thing. Get me over here. And then we'll do this again. Okay, and that gets me up here. And I got another A rank. Still not quite good enough. Ugh. What more do you want from me? Try doing a little bit of that. Oh, okay. That seemed like it was worth a decent number of points. You know what? Actually, everything's worth a decent number of points. Whatever I do, I should be trying to do it quickly, though, and this is not going very quickly. Nope. And the thing is, I get a feeling it would be a little too early to even try and, like, look up any sort of guide or anything like that for, you know, strategies on the best paths to take for these. Alright, let's do this thing now. Yep, come on now. Really? It had me target that spring before, but then it wouldn't let me do it. Ah, if I had just managed to pull that last part off sooner, I might have... I don't know. I feel like I could have made a bit more out of that if I had pulled that off. Go. Hiya. Nice. Okay, now we go over here. Get on this. That. And then I went over here, yeah. That's not exactly what I did, but I'm kind of willing to divert myself for a little bit, and then come back around here. Yeah, nope. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Good grief. Finally. And that was only the first of many. And yeah, it really doesn't seem like I got anything from that. That's just pretty much doing for the sake of being a completionist. Okay, I guess that means my next target's over here. Really gonna do another one of those right off the bat? We'll see if I fare any better with a second one. There we go. I'm like, where is my marker? Oh, hello. Purple coins. They let me do fishing things. What was that? Oh, hello. I'm looking for some other sort of ramp or something. Where might that be? Hold up. Is this the same set of stuff that I was at before? Yes, it is. Good grief. Okay, well. Might not hurt to try and use it again. It worked before. Oh, geez. I already have an S rank now. Okay, sure. I'll take that. How did that one wind up being so much easier? I don't know. Maybe it was because I had already sort of built up a multiplier before doing a bunch of the stuff where I don't know. Oh, and it even keeps track of your score there, huh? Okay, well, doing too much of that back to back seems like it could get a bit repetitive for everybody else. Therefore, I will do something a little bit different now. Like, fight this dude, I guess. But also, come on over here to the... Oh, jeez. I thought I saw other collectible cocoa nearby. Also, there's a thing to do a side loop here. Okay. I got a key. Anywho. Hiya! That totally should cause a crater. If Sonic was actually able to survive that. Anyway, hello, Elder Coco. The previous Elder? Boost gauge raised. I put a bunch of stuff into speed before. You know what? Let's put it all into ring capacity this time. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be a ton. Okay. And then I think the next thing I want to go for is actually over here. See if I have enough memory tokens to talk with Sage over that way. Or, perhaps, since this is sort of along the way, I'll go for another one of those, like, special cocoa things. Okay, there we go. I need to get up there. What would be the method of doing that? Not so sure it's this, but whatever. I'll go along with it for now anyway. Bye to you. Maybe do this. I was supposed to jump there. Let's try that again. Yeah. That still doesn't get me up there. Was not expecting that at that particular moment, but sure, whatever. We've got a ramp here. Nope, that just sends me back over that way. And that sends me back that way. So... what do I do? Maybe this. No, that's gonna send me back out a totally different way. No, that's going like further in between the rocks. I went to get on top of them. Oh hey, got another memory token. At least that's something. Still don't think any of this is actually helping me get where I want to go. Ah, but this might. Okay. Nope. I do not wish to fight you dudes. Okay, well now I'm seemingly closer. I tried that. Maybe if I go over here. That's moving me further away. But I did kind of manage to get up higher from that. So, okay, well, there's a memory token there at least. Which I'm probably actually meant to get by going on here. But I also now just lost all that elevation that I gained. Great. Right, so I went this way and did all this stuff. Followed the springs over here. And then I went up on this. Okay, you know what? Hiya. Still not totally sure how I'm supposed to get up there. But if it were easy, then these cocoa would not be considered rare. So that took me in a completely different direction than it did before, I think. Yeah. It didn't spring me off of that spring the one time. Odd. Oh, there we go. Okay. Figures that it, you know, makes use of these new platforms and whatnot. Really? See, I didn't want to get off the, like, main path there. Because I figured something like that might happen. But oh well. Okay. That wasn't quite enough. Womp womp. Okay. Jump over here, and here, and here. There we go. Yay. Alright, now that I've gotten that, my next destination was gonna be over here to try and talk with Sage. I'm like, hold up, which way am I going? Especially when you get going on those ramps and like that have you doing sort of the trick stuff. It's a little easy to get turned around and lose track of where you are. And somehow I think this is taking me further away from where I want to go. Yeah, just kinda. Oh, so I actually have a longer boost gauge now. So I can like dash for longer. Cool. And if I read it right, that's what I get from finding the like newer, bigger, special Coco. Alright, I'm still pretty far away from where I want to be, but I'm getting there. Okay. And here we go. Next stop, Sage. I'm gonna get rid of my webcam for this part just because I can.
Hey, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if you tell me how to restore my friends. Both Amy and Knuckles are all ghosty. Kinda like you.
All data within cyberspace is restricted to outsiders.
You see, that's the thing. They're kinda half in, half out. Can you at least tell me if they're going to be okay?
Their conditions are stable. They are hovering between the digital dimension and this one, but their lives are not at risk.
Oh, that's a relief. Sort of. Thanks for answering.
Oh. Viewed all side stories on Ares Island. So that was the last one. Therefore, I have no other need of memory tokens. Still have not played that much of Digimon Survive since beating it the second time. I've made a little bit of progress on my wrathful path. But I'm still only in, like, I think, part 2 or something like that. I did get through beating Dokugamon, and I think now, when last I left things off for that, I was, I had just talked with the Gomamon, who seemed to have an idea of where Shuji and Saki were. I think that's where I left things off, like pretty much just before getting to the dam area. Okay. Oh, geez, I just noticed it's 8 o'clock. I might actually kind of want to wrap up the stream here soon. There's not too much else to do. Well, I still got more of these big Coco dudes to find and some more of the, like, challenge things. But I don't think I'm gonna try and go for all the memory tokens anymore. It just seems like a crazy tedious endeavor. So I am off the hook, so to speak, for, you know, doing stuff at church tomorrow. However, oh, geez. Forgot I had taken my webcam out of there. Yeah, I still don't want to, like, sleep in too late any given day, because that'll, like, totally mess up my sleep schedule and leave me not able to go to sleep when I want / need to on a later day. Especially with the only having one day off at a time kind of deal, like my work schedule goes. So, all that being said, I think I might kind of wrap things up for the stream. I am curious about one other thing, though, because I'm still looking into. There's supposed to be a thing in YouTube that gives you an action equivalent to a Twitch raid. I still have yet to see that pop up. It's supposed to show, like, whenever you go to your, like, if I go to edit my stream details or whatever, there's supposed to be something in there for the live redirects, as they're called. But I don't see it anywhere. So, I don't know. It would be totally stupid if that only worked specifically for, like, streams that you schedule out ahead of time. But when I heard the explanation of it, it seemed, I mean, that was mentioned about scheduling a stream and then being able to do the live redirect kind of thingamajig. But, whatever. So until I get that figured out, I don't think there's going to be any equivalent type of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the previous people we've rated is streaming live on Twitch right now, though, so feel free to go hop into one of their streams. we're all good with each other here, all just trying to, like help each other out. But yeah, anyway. Okay. Well, I guess that'll do it for tonight's stream. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back next week. I'll be back Wednesday probably. Let me check my schedule here. Yeah. Should be back Wednesday and Thursday. And then again next Saturday. The next day coming up that might be a little off for that would be like July 19th. But until then, I should be able to do Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But anywho, okay, well, all that being said, hopefully I'll see you next time. But until then, stay cool, everybody.